Hello! Hi! Welcome to another round of drawing background objects. So, today we are going to draw some background objects. We are going to make some more brushes first. So, where did we finish last time? So, we made all these amazing stones at the weekend here. And then we were a little bit stuck with doing some new brushes. Now, I usually don't work that long on Monday or Tuesday because I have to work a lot these days. Yesterday I was cleaning my room, for example, doing my workout, and then it was so late, so I skipped streaming yesterday and will do it now. But on Monday we did these 3 bushes. The problem with the first bush is that when I made this, I thought, yeah, that's absolutely right. We are actually going to use this. But then I saw that compared to this one and this one, which are hand drawn, I think this is very, very bad in comparison. I think this bush does not look as good as this one or this one. These are hand painted. These are not, and this is just one leaf copied again and again. More than 100. These are maybe 300 leaves that I inserted there, copied there, and it took a lot of time. And the result was worse than just drawing it by hand. And this kind of stuff happens if you try to experiment a lot, and then you find out that some things work better than the others. So here with these stones, for example, these stones here, they are generated. They are real stones, and I just colored them so that I have a dark variant, a gray variant, and there should be a brown too. I think it's more at the top. And then these also here, these are actual vegetation. I picked them up when I was running outside and was in the forest, and I was like, hey, nice, let's just pick up some random stuff and rotoscope it. So this is rotoscoping. Most of them are not hand drawn. They are just the outlines. Some lines are additionally hand drawn there, but most of this is not a drawn image. This is just a photo, and I used some filters to make it kind of look like it is drawn. So in the end, I will not have the time to hand draw everything. But here you can maybe guess that this is not hand drawn, but you can't tell for sure. Maybe here at this position right here, you can see that there's some weird noise stuff that you normally wouldn't draw. So you can guess that this is actual rotoscope. This is actually a photo, but it's really hard to tell. At some other, with this leaf here, I couldn't tell if this is hand drawn or not. I couldn't, and most people can't. Actually, I think even an expert can't tell the difference, because you can actually hand draw and have the same hand draw it and have the same result. They will look the same. So some of them look a little bit weird. I think this one, for example, it looks weird if you look at this from a very, very close perspective. But when it gets smaller, I think it looks really, really good. So I just don't think that you can put this in really big into the game. You can even see. With this one, that this is rotoscope. This is not hand drawn, and we have been trying to mix both elements, hand drawing and rotoscoping, as good as possible. Having to edit the photo as good as possible, so we obfuscate our result. Then when we were coming to the brushes, we had the problem that we don't have anything to just generate a brush. So this has to be hand-drawn. And I think these hand-drawn ones look generally way better than the generated one. You look at this one, and I think this looks obviously way worse than these ones. These ones are, yeah, I think that they are actually quite nice. So we are going to redraw brush 1, and we want to have 5 different variations of brushes. So maybe here you can see those 2 are different. And if you see the same object too many times in a game, then it becomes repetitive. This is why we are going for a lot of variations. And the general rule is you want to have at least 5 of them. Sometimes even AAA studios don't do 5 variations for very often used assets. Because it's in the end it's also a matter of time how fast can you do this. Even if you look at games like Halo, the old one, if you look at the grass texture, it's just a photo of grass. It's not hand drawn. So we have to cut some corners, and we have to think very wisely where we do this. For example, we still haven't done trees yet. And I want to do trees. Now, we could draw trees, real trees, or we could just take some of these sticks here, stick a brush on top and say this is a tree. And if this works, we have to do this. There's no question, we have to try it. Why? Because time is the most valuable resource you have as a developer, and I do everything by myself except the music, so I have to try everything to be very time effective. So that said, I should get started right now. So how we are going to draw this? We are going to start with wing 1. And wing 1 is we have tried last time. This one is outer ring first, then the inner rings. So from the outer leaves, we drew additional layers on top. And with this one, we started at the middle part and then draw around that. We started with these leaves and go from center to the outside. So with this technique, I think it looks a little bit better. It looks a little bit nicer because you have a little bit more of an idea where you want the leaves to be and how much visible they are. At the edges, you don't want to have big leaves. The leaves generally become smaller, and this is a problem with this one. It's very hard to increase the size of the leaves with each leaf you draw. And with this one, it's very easy. At the end, you just add these little tiny details, and they generally look good. Now we could also try the best of both worlds, and that would be that we start with the outer side here, and then add maybe more leaves. I think that is also a good approach. Because the benefit of this approach here is that you can more easily make a different shape. With this one, I wanted this to be way bigger, way wider, and ended up with the size that I did not really wish for. I wanted this to be twice as big, actually, twice as wide, and because you have to become smaller with each ring of leaves that you draw. I did not become as small as as big as I wanted to be. In the end, I had to stretch the image, and that's not good at all. And it's not what you want. So let me first tune down the music a little bit. I have to say I like the music a lot. That have here. But it's not good if I barely can hear my own voice. I mean, I can barely hear my own voice also with these with these headphones, plug-in headphones. But these headphones generally are better when I'm drawing, because if I have my big headphone and I'm drawing, the big headphone is going to fall on my face and trying to do weird stuff there. So this is these ones are actually a better setup for me. So enough said, we have to get going. So I want this time to start to do following. I want to do the shape first. So I want to draw the outmost layer, and then I want to start at the center, because that generally looks better. So this is the best words, because I want a different shape as the other two brushes. I'm going to first make a sketch here. I'm also going to duplicate this layer here, because it holds. This is basically a template. So this is basically a template and tells me what kind of layers I want to have inside of this ring. And what I'm going to do first is draw a sketch. So with this sketch, I'm just trying to get the shape. I see I don't have good enough opacity. For example, this shape is ugly, let's not do it. I think we're going for this kind of shape now. And so with this, I want to have two centers, one here and one right here. So this time I'm trying to have two centers with this brush, and hopefully it will look good. I can try. Okay, let's try again. I think the pen is too big. Turn it down. Okay, now let's remove the sketch and see how it looks. It looks bushy enough. So we are not going for some high quality stuff there. No time for that, unfortunately. Really unfortunately, but good enough. And we are in a 2D game, so I mean, hand drawing is still the way to go. So I want to have 2 centers here. One will be here. So let's just add some leaves that are coming out of here. Now can't find the first leap point here. This will be our second center, that what I'm trying to do right now. Actually pressing the wrong buttons right now. Right, there it is. Yep, and these will be our center points. So this looks a little bit weird now, but don't worry about that. Do we want to color them now? No. If we color later, we might save some time, because coloring is essentially the same step over and over again. So it would be nice to do that at the end, so we can get a little bit faster by doing that. Now we have a second layer of leaves, and we can't have them being too small. So I'm trying to make them really, really big. Because if we want to finish this drawing, we need to get to the edges. So the first layers need to be really big until we get really close to those edges. And in the end, then when we're finished, we will try to apply a little bit of shader and make this look as good as possible with using a reasonable amount of time. Well, this is already taking way longer than expected. Which speaks volume about how game development works. Because I first just thought, for my game, it doesn't look too good right now. Let's just add bloom effect and bloom a lot, and it will look good. And I tried it out and it didn't work out. It's not enough to just have bloom effect to make it look good. I need really to put in some effort. It's not going to look good for free. Unfortunately for me, it's not going to look good for free. Ha 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 ha. Now, are these leaves realistic? No, but it's easier to draw them this way, actually. Maybe I should try round leaves next time. Let's try, for the next brush I will want to try to have the edge here being round. Yeah, let's stick with kind of pointish here. Now, I don't think that there's a brush like this in the world, because now some of the leaves are very pointy, some are not. I don't think there's any leaf in the world that looks like that. Well, we have to deal with that. And yeah, we have just to accept that. We'll just have to try make them look good in the end. And see how that works out. So here at the edges, leaves are actually pointing down a little bit. So they are affected to show that they are affected by gravity. Those at the top part, not so much. Get rid of this here, this line that is over the edges. And now this takes some time, but I think the time is not reasonably too much. And I don't think we will be finished with the amount of rings that I have here. Not enough, I guess. And the middle parts, you see the leaves have more detail. The outer parts, forget it. I'm not going to draw them. It's going to take forever if I make these leaf lines very detailed. Every leaf. Now these leaves are here are overlapping. So let's just add some lines here, and I think this gives the illusion that these two centers are coming together here. And the next layer will actually use this whole outside line here. It's one starting point for the next generation of leaves. And here at the bottom part we already reached the edges. That's nice. So we get less and less work with each layer. Okay, let's go for the next layer. And we have become, we have started to become a little bit too small. Don't know what I feel about that. Now I don't have to worry about these insertions of lines there, because the color will be over the outer layer lines. Here we are already starting, because we are at the edge, become really small. Just really small and settle. Now we have to become actually quite big. We want to reach the edge. I want to make the mistake to make these leaves here too small. Okay, now we need another layer on top of that. Forget something? No. Okay. So this will unfortunately not be wing 1. This will be wing, I think this will be wing -1. And, oh, we have 1 out of template. That's not good. So let's first take this layer, erase the information of the outlines, because we're going to use this as a template again. And this will be wing 1. This will be wing 1, not wing -1. This will be wing 0. Let's save this, just to make sure we don't lose any data if anything goes wrong. So here we are right at the edge of the bush. So we are starting to get to our destinations. There's only some leftovers. So here we can start to become really small, to give the illusion that because we are at the outsides of the bush, that this is actually a 3D object. And in a 3D bush, you would see at the edges smaller leaves, because there are more leaves at the edges, just from a volumetric standpoint. And these ones are fine. The bottom part it seems to be very finished. Just have to make sure that at the sides we really get to our edges very fast. Next layer will be the one of the last layers. So let's see. I think we could make some more progress here at this part. Yeah, that looks nice. So let's go for the last layer of leaves. Now let's go for the last layer, which is behind wing 1. This layer -1. This layer will be wing -2. This will be a very a layer with very small leaves here at the edges, to give the illusion that there's more leaves at the edges, because this is supposed to be a 3D object. Now you might say, hey, it's a 2D object. Yeah, that's kind of correct. But we are drawing a real life object, and in real life it's 3D. That's what I mean. Just if you're wondering why I call a 2D drawing a 3D object, it's not. But in reality, it's a 3D object. So we want to be as close as it to the real representation as possible. And sometimes that just means understanding physics, understanding the laws, that the nature laws that are actually inside of a bush. Now, there's one problem that we are now facing, is we need to color these layers. But if I color this layer, everything will become green, like this. Now everything is green. Why is that? Because it's not a closed form. And yeah, if we try to color this party in the middle, we could just color everything. So we could just say, yeah, let's just color everything that is not our side or something. But the easiest part is really to just hand draw in these missing pieces. We don't have to be careful here, because the user won't see them. They are hidden. So no need to be careful. And I should maybe be more careful at the parts that the user actually can see, because if two lines are overlapping there, it's maybe going to look a little bit weird. Okay. Now, this looks a little weird, but in the end, the parts that look weird will not be visible. So don't worry about them. Let's go to the next form. Okay, this is already finished. Let's go to this form. There's a lot of work to do here. We're going to make this into a really weird form here. This will not be visible, however, so we don't need to worry about this. This is just so we can color it a little bit faster. just make a test there so we don't actually miss any part. Yep. Okay, so the first 3 layers are finished. At least when it comes to the outlines. Still a lot to do. Okay, so we're not going to be hardcore developers. We don't finish this part here. And if we do, might be able to become one of the best developers in the world. And think positive. I'm more of a realist, and from a realistic standpoint, optimism has a lot of good perks. And if you don't take optimism serious, I think it's going to be the best. Then you have the best benefits. The bad part about optimism is that you can fool yourself into schemes that are actually very unhealthy. So if for example you're too optimistic about your work and say, hey, I don't need to learn, I will pass every test because I'm awesome, I'm very intelligent, and your optimism just, yeah, fuck you. Sorry for vocabulary. What would it be? Let me find a better word for that. Your optimism messed around with your mindset and made you actually fail at the task. We want to use optimism just to be successful. Optimism can also lead to blindness when it comes to feelings of other people. If you mess around with someone and then say, hey, he can take it, it's fine, and oh, he will learn from that, that's toxic optimism, which is actually a thing. So toxic optimism, in my opinion, just as dangerous as pessimism. No, pessimism is the worst. I think pessimistic thinking is what you want to avoid in 90% of all cases. Maybe there is some kind of philosophy behind pessimism that if you're being successful and you're very pessimistic about the outcome, then you will always be positively surprised. But if it comes real, so you will have a nice surprise, yeah? And I'm not really convinced that this is a good idea and a good way to think. Oh, there is something here we want to erase. I don't know what it is. Let's go for quite different green than the others. Yeah, I think that's fine. We want in this game not to be too colorful. So this is fine. For other games, normally in 2D you want to be very colorful, but I did not make my tileset colorful with a high saturation. So you have to keep, once you choose your art style, you have to keep it as a rule set in your mind. So what did when I said I did not try too many colors, and now I have to respect that and do this all over again and again. Or else it will look like too much of a mix of everything. And later when we add our doodads, we might have to sort some out because they don't fit with the art style. Or I'm very much convinced that we will see some that some will not fit into the art style. What this is? Why is there a white line? Don't remember having this. So in here. I think I accidentally draw with the white pen at the start. That's unfortunate. It's not in this layer though. Interesting. I need to stretch a little bit more. This is really something that that's really something that I want to improve with myself. Because I often do these kind of movements and they're fine, they're not that bad, but they don't help that much. And it's just because I'm sitting too much in front of my desk here. And I actually want to try out some more stretching, doing some kind of yoga way, maybe. Interestingly, I don't see that white point here. Also want to keep in mind more shortcuts. Don't use them enough. With shortcuts, they come over time. To add a little bit of green here, there, quite a little bit. Where's a little bit of green there? Some small little nice corrections. Now we have this white point. Really weird. Okay. Okay, now go for the last layer. Let's save again. I'm really not feeling too well about my PC right now, because I just had some crashes today, and my there's power supply. I think the power supply is broken. Didn't confirm this. PC shop with a little bit better tools to measure that, but from what I've seen, it's 90% the power supply. It sees some logs there that actually told the logs in Windows actually said that there was a lot of kernel errors because of insufficient power supply. And together with all the symptoms that I have from the crashes, I'm very confident that this is a problem with power supply. Now, it's not critical. You see, it's working just fine right now. You see here? Now we have this nice little bush, and we can start actually applying some effects here. And after we apply the effect, we will start to paint. Just a little bit. We will just paint the inner parts. The outer parts here, these parts, they won't get as much attention. Now for this part, we don't want this to be big. Let's try out some different modi. Look which one is fine. Oh, 20 looks good. I think this one is the best one yet. Well, there's also these one which are very, very special cases. You can also edit these curves so that they fit your case perfectly. Just want to have a little bit at the edges. Let's set this to a high value. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's copy this. Let's see if we want another effect. I think we wanted to have a shadow effect. That's also very nice. So this makes the leaves. This just adds a little bit of the dimension there. Okay, let's copy the effects and insert them into each other layer. Maybe if we just choose every layer. Ooh, what happened there? Ooh, I think that looks interesting from an artistic standpoint, but this is not what we wanted. I think the shadow outline, yeah, I think it's the shadows, yeah. I think the shadows are too big. That might be the problem here. So let's tune this down. Set down, not up. Let's see. Where do you look good? Yeah, okay. And let's try that again. No, still looking weird. But I wonder why it's looking so weird in the middle. I think it's just add this to this layer here, and it looks quite okay here. Interesting, but it's still looking okay. So I'm not sure what happened right there. That's weird. I think it added the effect maybe on top of everything. That's how it looked like. Well, this is actually an acceptable brush, I think. Let's just position it more into the center. Center this. Adobe should actually tell me when this is centered, but it doesn't. It seems like Adobe doesn't like me today. So let's just put it here. Don't need it in background layer anymore. Let's save again. And now let's try to hand paint the middle parts a little bit more. So that they just look generally a little bit nicer. For that we are going to drop down the opacity, go bigger in the brush size. I think 15 was a good value. Yeah, that looks fine. And first we are just going to add dark parts. And I'm going to try to estimate where dark parts would be. Okay, now we are going to add light parts. Let's start again. Something's off. I have to do this with these leaves. I forgot we have a second center here. And for some reason I think it's a little bit harder than last time. Come up with a good shader here. I think the light parts, they look a little bit off. Let's try to change the opacity, but that's not doing it. So, what could we do? We could try to change the color. But then it's looking ugly. Okay, this is not doing anything. It should actually. Just make this more gray. This. Okay. And we're also applying some shader to the next layer. See what this is. Okay. Have to switch to black. Now this time we want to specifically pick the color, the white parts. And come on, give me the picker. Okay, doesn't want me to pick anything. Normally I have a shortcut for that. I'm in the wrong field. That's why my picker isn't working. So if you're selecting the mode here, yeah. At least I always forget that when I'm selecting the mode here, your keyword is still set to edit this field, and this can be quite annoying, and you have to press enter again, and this is... I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it. Okay, not going to say anything. Chat. I think let's also add the dark parts now. Okay, and we're done. The rest of the leaves, we're going to leave them like that. Now, the shader that we did, let's see if they actually do something. Okay, close my eyes. Yeah, I think they add just tiny bit of detail. Yeah, I think they're making it look better, so let's let it stay like this. But the last thing that we can do, and always add a lot of steps, and if we had infinite amount of time, we could do this one brush the whole day. But unfortunately, we have to come to an end. The last thing that we could do is just add one more layer of shadows and light. I think this adds a little bit of the dimension. So let's look at this with and without. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the lower part here looks a little bit weird. No, we can't do anything about that. Like, it looks like some kind of circle. Don't know what to say about that. And we can try different modi. See if some modi are nicer. Don't use global settings. Ooh, it's nice. And actually want to zoom in a little bit. Make sure that this is an actual improvement. Okay, I think we've done it. Could we still change something? Yes, we could actually apply some kind of structure to the leaves. Let's just try to generally do it. Add a leaf structure to the leaves. That's interesting. We are adding on top of all of it. And it seems to not be working right. Try to make this as a master stamp. No, these are not improvements. So we could change the modus here. Okay, that's just going to look weird. Ooh, that looks interesting. Alright, I'm not going to stick with this. Oh. Okay. I think that will be too much. So we're finished. Let's go and save this as a PNG and compare to the other two. And we might have to do some color correction if this one stands out. So let's see. And I think this stands out in a positive way. Looks a little bit darker than the other ones. And I would say in general, the quality of this bush is fine. think it fits the other two in the art style. And what I also see that with this bush, I think it's better to not make these lines in the middle part. I think the bush look fine by themselves. Don't have to do this middle part separation. So let's try to erase these lines in the middle parts. Here in the middle of the leaves there are some outlines that quite not looking correct right now. So let's go and erase them. The eraser tool. Sorry. Sorry. I'm not having cold right now, and for some kind this is now very laggy. Not too happy about that one. Let's just erase them and see if it looks better. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's compare. Before erasing, after erasing, I think it looks fine like this. So let's save it and make this into PNG again. Overwrite the old one. Now we've seen that this one looks better because of the lines in the middle. Let's try to do this with brush 3 too. So what we are going to do now is find the outer one, inner, the center ring, and erase all the leaf lines in the center. Only want the outlines. I think this one, I think I like this one. Let's just leave one. Also like this one. I think this looks... Yeah, this looks better. Looks way better, actually. And this... Let's look closer. This and this. I think this looks somehow better. Cannot tell you why. But it's also improvement because we want to have the same art style in every bush. And that's generally nicer. So we have 3 of 5 bushes. 3 of 5. That's some progress. 2 to go. You, sir, you are number 5, not number 8. Are you confused, sir? These D-data these days, you don't know where they belong. So let's call this ring 1. Duplicate it. This will be ring. Let's start with eggs this time because we saw last time we didn't use 6 layers. We used a lot of more layers. Now we're going to add a sketch layer, a sketch layer, and this the sketch is going to be a bush. So how do we want to see our bush? Let's look. So I think with this one, the downside, this side here, that's not looking too good. So make it round this time again, like these two. Let's make this one just a very noisy circle. So a circle with a lot of noise, but more noise than we usually do. Like this. Okay. And make this into our new bush. On this bush here, this looks on a flat line. We would put this on the flat line. This would work. This bush has to be placed like this on a line. If you have your tile map here, so you would see, oh, it's the bush is here, and it's here, and the leaves are actually falling down here. Okay, or you would just place it here and say, okay, it's coming out of the stones here. Maybe there are some stones, and there's just some vegetation at this cliff here. So for that, we're going to edit this. Make it maybe more like this. Add a little bit more on top here. Just pen. The sketch. And yeah, I think this looks quite fine. It's noisy. So with noise I mean just randomness applied to the circle. And now we're going to sketch the outlines. So we're going to make the outline leaves. This time let's try to be a little bit faster than last time. Making this to quite a nice bush. I'm really excited how we are going to implement this. So this is our bush layer. As you see, this circle here, this looks like bullshit. But now you really see, okay, yeah, this could actually be a nice bush. And to be honest, there's not much skill involved in making bushes, I mean. What would you expect? What would be your favorite bush? I mean, there's barely anyone in this world who is thinking about bushes all day. Even though bushes are one of the most important parts of natural vegetation. But humans are stupid. Only see trees. They see grass, care about all those stuff. It actually represents 10% of nature. The bushes are everywhere. Gonna skip this song. This is not my kind of song, sorry. That's better. Now, this is not my playlist, unfortunately. I don't have time to do playlists. Oh. Aside from that, for making this playlist, I would have to go on YouTube and just pick the songs. which is something I would really not like to do right now. Because I'm again trying to be less on YouTube. To just use my time more efficiently. And this means that I actually have YouTube on a block list. And when I try to access YouTube, the site will be blocked. So right now I'm playing from YouTube. How do I do it? Yeah, because I also need YouTube for my work, and I need to watch tutorials for a lot of educational purposes. I cannot work without YouTube. But I also wanted to block YouTube because the YouTube algorithm just is so strong. Every time I see it's just getting me every time, YouTube, with some kind of clickbait. And this is why I blocked YouTube. And if I want to access YouTube right now, I would have to take a paper. It's in my cupboard here, and take out this paper. The password is on it, and then I can disable the blocker and just access YouTube if I need to. Because for a long time just thought, okay, I have to be less lazy, try to defeat YouTube. I can deal with this myself. But nowadays, Facebook, YouTube, they get you, and they will make you spend more and more time with their messy, really toxic algorithms. And I really mean toxic. And there has been a paper published by this Facebook whistleblower. I think she was some kind of manager who just said how the Facebook algorithm works and how stupid it actually is, because they actually know that it's destroying thousands of lives, and thousands of people are just getting addicted to their Facebook page or to YouTube. It was specifically about Facebook, but I assume it's not that much different on YouTube, because their algorithms, they're not evil. Their algorithms are optimized so you spend most of your time on that site. That's how simple it is. It's a very good AI nowadays, and all it does is make you spend a lot of time on their network. And now you say, hey, what's bad about that? That's just what they want. It's good for them, but I don't want. My time is very precious, and I can't spend time watching YouTube videos. I don't have the time right now. And on the other side, they had a study. They found out that the promoted apps at Facebook and promoted postings at Facebook are toxic because of their algorithm. How does that work? A Facebook algorithm is deliberately toxic because it wants you to spend as much time as possible on their site. If you would have really good high quality research on YouTube, they would get promoted. You would get your information in, let's say somebody does 2-minute videos for YouTube or Facebook and are just really good. And does not do a lot of them. And then this is not good for the business model, because it's okay if you do a video then every day. That's okay, because then you're going to click the next one, the next one. But let's say somebody just makes a study for over half a year and then makes a very good 2-minute video for that. The algorithm hates it. Algorithm hates that video. And the reason is because you're watching this, he's not going to have any more content than this one video that is really good, and this will make you happy. You will get your information, and then you will say, okay, nice, now I can close YouTube and do this stuff that I actually want to do. And YouTube hates that. YouTube hates to, and Facebook especially, hates to make you happy. They don't want you to be happy. They want you to want more. They want you to be dissatisfied. And they know it. They have designed their algorithms to do that. The algorithms are just there to make you spend as much time as possible on their site. But the outcome is an evil algorithm. And people who try to do something about that, they run into every kind of barriers. For example, she said that there's a lot of countries where Facebook is everything. Like, I think she was calling Myanmar. Let me look it up. Myanmar. Was it at Facebook? I'm not sure about that, but she said that there's countries with millions of users, and they have just 2 guys who are doing all this support. So you have millions of users. Of course, you are going to have a lot of right-wing posters. You have a lot of people who post adult stuff, and they don't even have the support team to filter out all this content and look through it. And you actually always have the imagination that Facebook is actually a really big company. They must have a lot of developers, don't they? No. Actually the team that is developing the algorithms is also undermanned. What Facebook is supposed to be really good at, they can't find enough developers to work for them. So what they do is actually they just buy a lot of companies. So if they need somebody to, for example, work with them at the AI department, which they are really interested in, they're just going to buy in some companies which are doing AI. They don't do this stuff by themselves. They usually don't get the developers. That's a problem. A part of that is that Facebook, of course, has a very bad reputation right now. And who would like to work for Facebook now? Maybe young people who want to get into that into their curriculum vitae, that they work at Facebook. Now, is that a good idea? No, not really. Facebook is horrible for your reputation right now, and a lot of people would rather die than working for Facebook. But that's not for everybody. And especially if you are trying to work for other big companies later, hey, why not? Most of the boomer generation, they will just see, oh, you worked at Facebook, and then hire them later. They're not working for Facebook because they are good. They just want to have a good something good for their resume, which is going to help them then. And this is why Facebook is undermanned. The best man is John Carmack though. And John Carmack left the company. However, bad for them. Because John Carmack was a guy who was absolutely a legend in the game dev industry. The gaming industry. He's the guy who made Doom. He made the Quake engine. He was one of the guys who realized how VR works. He made Oculus Rift, or worked with them a lot. And if you want to learn something about gaming, go watch John Carmack. If you want to learn game dev, hardcore game dev, however, John Carmack is not your average guy in game development. If you watch John Carmack, you will gain some serious knowledge. So warning, you're going to get intelligent. And John Carmack is the guy who revolutionized gaming so that we have ego shooters right now. Now, am I thankful for that? Maybe if you look at all the Call of Duty clones now. But let's be honest, if John Carmack wouldn't have done it, somebody else would have done it. And that's a very unfortunate quote from him, where he said, story in games is not is just like a story in a porn movie. You expect it to be there, but it's not that important. Now, I have to kind of disagree with that, of course, naturally. But in the shooter genre, he's kind of right, and you have to keep in mind why he was saying that and where. So this guy, infamously was said during his development time at Doom. So he was developing Doom and said this to one of the guys who said, hey, let's just make a very, very good story and make this into an RPG. And that would not have worked. And that's the story behind that. So this often gets interpreted. Interpreted. Say that so weird. In the wrong way. He actually is not against story. He never said that. And I think it's. I don't think that he's really meaning that in every case. I think it's in this specific context that he said, yeah, let's not maybe do an RPG in a shooter game. Because that's the direction a lot of guys just want to go. And as we can see later, a lot of companies like to go this route. Like Bioshock, like The Witcher, and they are very, very successful with story games. But the important part to keep in mind there is if your core system isn't fun, if your core gameplay isn't fun, the story really is not important. If you don't have fun playing the game, but the story is good, you will have a hard time. Imagine you have a game where the story is really good and you're interested in it, but you just don't get to get the story because the gameplay is bullshit and keeps you from getting that. That's why, yeah, here's why. It's not a priority. Story is not a priority in the game. You can only see the story if your gameplay allows it. So your gameplay can be the story. But your story can't be the gameplay. Okay, that's a little bit like what I said there. Your story alone, not enough for gameplay, yeah. And your gameplay can complement your story. They have to work together. But unlike gameplay, a good game can have no story, but it needs gameplay. A good game cannot have no gameplay, but only story. That's a book. So now we have this bush here, and let me maybe just open our bush 1, which I really liked. Let me try to copy this style here. It's layer style, and let me just be lazy as usual and try to insert it into each layer here. Ooh, that didn't turn out to be good. What happened? I think global lightning is weird. Okay. Or something's weird when I don't add this to each layer. I don't know what it is. Let me try again. Let's do this with each layer like this. Looks correct. Oh, it adds it to each layer inside of each of these groups. If I do it like this, it's only doing it to the group. Okay, that's bullshit. Sorry. Bad word there. But it's a weird way to implement this function. I have to pick every group and insert it by myself. It's quite annoying. Make the final bush layer. And first of all, let me look at the global settings here. $45.20. Okay, now this should generally just look good. And let's try to copy the main bush effect. Yeah. Okay, let generally looks good. Now let's disable this effect for now and start to shader the center layers. Okay, now go for the light. Generally just looks over top there, so let's maybe use less opacity. And somehow this color looks ugly for some reason. No. Normally when I set the layers to, I think this is blend in English. Normally it looks good, but here it looks kind of over the top saturated. So how are we going to do this? We're going to correct it. Yeah, like that. Should have actually predicted that this it will look like this. So also my fault. Okay, now set the opacity to 15. So we can have, so each time I now draw this to opacity, I add a little bit of darkness, and by having to strike more times, this is actually adding a lot of obfuscation to what we actually do. It's going to make it more blurry and hiding all the little errors that we do. Because we'll do a lot of things wrong here. Don't have time to make this very precise. We have to just pretend that we're good. We just have to pretend if we're good. That we're good. And if you pretend enough, maybe you can fool somebody that you're actually good. Now usually, in my case, that fool is myself. That's not good. I have to work around that in the future. But aside from that, really nice to have this kind of leaves here just working. And now we have shaded middle part again, and this looks like just a normal bush. So let's save this up, remove the background layer, make this into a PNG, and then compare it to the others as we usually do. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. And I think what's really nice about these bushes here, I think they are all very good. They have kind of the same art style, so they fit, but they are also very distinct. They are not the same. They are not just they don't look too similar to each other, which is very good. I just have something in my eye. Is some dirt. Okay, now let's go for the last bush. What did I say? I want to stretch more. Okay. So let's go. This will be our wing 1. This will be ring 8. First decide the actual form. Sketch. A typo in there, doesn't matter, don't get distracted. Okay, set up the pen. And this time I'm going to have this standing on the ground again. I want this to be maybe actually just make this kind of default brush that you actually think of if you're thinking of brushes in game. So, and this time we are going to draw round leaves, just to have a little bit of variation there. And now we actually risk making this look bad, but hey, we can try. I have to keep in mind that the leaves here at this side are affected by gravity. Oh, no, these don't look good. Start again. Okay. Oh, I'm not so positive that this will look good. Oh, it looks good. Okay. This actually works. But this is actually wing 1. This is number 8. What am I doing? Okay, let's start with the center. Now this time we have round leaves. Oh, let's make things round. Oops, accidentally used my pen click function that cancelled the line. That's not good. And this will be the center, but something's off here in the center here. Don't like it. So let's try that again. This looks like a windmill, but not like a bush. Can we change? What can we change? We can maybe make this on top. And no, that also doesn't work. And make this end here, this leaf. Then make this leaf end here. Oh, that's not logical. Damn it. Oh, it will be fine. It's just a push. Okay. Now let's duplicate this and make a new layer. I actually have to erase the outline, the information. We can use this as our template again. Make this layer 7, wing 7. And we're just going to quickly draw big leaves here. I'm going to extend each time. Okay, let's try that again there. So I think the problem with the round leaves is they are actually just hard to draw. Like, yeah, I think you have to draw them like that. Give them a sharp turn at the end. But keep them round, and that's really challenging for me. Now maybe a good artist would say, hey, what are you doing? It's one of the easiest tasks to but I'm not the main artist. No, I'm not the worst artist either. Just somewhere in the middle. Okay, let's make the next thing. Okay, next time I'm not going for round leaves, just because they are so much harder to draw. With the sharp turns, it does still have to be round, but they have to have sharp turns. That's quite challenging. Really trying my best right here. You see that I have problems to extend the layers bit by bit. On the flip side, we are making quick progress. We are getting better at drawing bushes. And let's get rid of Christmas songs. Actually, there's no songs, not Christmas, but I think Japanese don't know the difference. The Japanese people. Not actually, just kidding there. No offense. Sorry, little Japanese people. I guess tomorrow Nintendo will copyright claim me now. Or that I said something about Japanese. Damn it. Should have kept my mouth shut. I have the feeling like we are not extending enough. Let's redo this layer. Try to be big. Big is better. Accidentally clicked with my pen. It's not good if it happens. Oh no, that looks awful. Okay. Ring 4. And again, we are just running out of rings. So you get to the edges. Now it looks like we made a really weird shade in the middle, but trust me, that works. Just because every layer here is inside of each other. But I tried to make them into circles, so we don't have to actually do some work when we later color them. When we color them, we don't want to actually have any work left. This way, we can make sure that the outlines are actually close. Oh, okay, that last one can't stand. It has to go. You have to go, sir. Sorry, you have to leave. Your line. You have to be better. Okay, now here we go. Okay. Ring 2. And now here at these edges here we can start to get slightly smaller. Okay, ring 1. And at the left side we still have to hit a ring later. Okay, this will be again ring -1. Again, we did accidentally run out of rings. Deja vu. No. I have a really bad feeling about this. Okay, maybe I should start at this critical part here. And I'm really not very happy about what we did there. Just hoping that in the end this will work out. And I think because we had to pick a lot of weird leaf sizes, this will actually look horrible. And let's not be pessimistic before looking at the final result. We don't have much to do. We don't have much to do. We can just try out how it looks now. Damn it. Misclicked there. It lost me too much time. It should look better and better with each layer that we color now. I'm still not convinced that this will be enough. Now there's a lot of repetitive stuff here, and I'm not convinced that I can come up with any good comment. So quite a little bit sorry. However, I think a good commentator could even make this stuff look good. This is actually what a good commentator does. I mean, some go over the top. Okay, I think this looks like a very interesting bush. It kind of works. So this is just a very different bush than the others. It looks weird, but let's try how this looks with the layer effects, styles, style to each layer. Actually, I'm very positive about this now. It might look convincing, be good. Fortunately, they have to do this to every layer. Man, isn't there a way maybe to... No, there's no way to add the style to only the groups. Which is a little bit unfortunate. But I think this is a this bush is very distinct from the others, I would say. It's a weird style. Not a bad bush. I think we will use this. So the good news is we have our final bush. Let's apply our final effect. Oh, never applied it to this one. What looks better, this or this? I think this is a little bit overly saturated, so let's go down with the brightness here. And now it should look better. Let's copy this. Insert a tier. And we haven't set the global lightning yet. That's the part that's missing. Okay, now it's looking fine. I was wondering that right there why it was looking a little bit weird, but that's because the global settings was not right. And yeah, this is maybe a weird push, but we can use it. Now let's apply the shader for the inner leaves here. Even though some of the outer leaves are just incredibly big, which is just why this bush is weird. You have this inner part, the closest to the camera, which is small leaves. It's like, yeah, maybe this is just these are younger leaves, and then you have some bigger, older ones. Yeah, that actually could work. Yeah, it's also how nature in reality is sometimes very random. I think that's why my eyes are not saying, hey, this looks awful. Because aside from that, this was not the strategy that we actually wanted to use. Normally you want to start with the biggest leaves at the middle and then get smaller. So thankfully this is a little bit deceiving. Let's close the other two layers because I think they mess around with my frame rate. No, that's not it. Maybe it's just the thousands of effects. Yeah. I was having too many effects active at the same time. Okay, now we can go for the next ring, and then we call it a day. At least for the bushes. I'm not going to end this stream yet. That's not how it works. Nothing's happening. Okay, I think this leaf here is in the inner layer. So let's leave it. Okay, there's not a lot of leaves here in this layer. We can make this work. think the dark parts are a little bit too dominant. So let's tune them down. Did that do anything? Just a little bit. I think it might not be interacting that good with the color that we choose. Okay, so let's go for this result. Still have to apply the final effect. And now we have our 5 bushes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they are all different. That's interesting. I don't think they look bad. Far from that. I think they look really, really good. At least from the standpoint of what we actually can do and of what kind of knowledge we have. I have here in this instant. Yeah, sorry there. So what else is left here? Cave minerals. Okay, we don't have cave minerals. Yeah, that's correct. Do we want to make cave minerals? So for cave minerals, I imagine to have some kind of minerals, like you find in StarCraft. Let's look up minerals. And there's just a lot of cave levels. So I thought maybe it would be nice to have in the cave to just have some kind of interesting thing to look at to spawn in some minerals. So like these ones here, yeah, I think that's that's it. That's going to be good inspiration here. I think the blue one here, that's a really nice one. Let's copy this. I think that let's just not waste any time and just get going then. Now, where do we put you? I shouldn't show my private folders. Whoopsie. I'll just put you under. Yeah, why don't I put you into this folder? I actually will have to make some subfolders here because this is too big. This is more than how many files I did this? There are 250 files. I thought it would be 150. Okay. But most are duplicates, so it doesn't say anything. Templates. Let's call this a template. Copy this address in the file system. Put in our inspiration pictures. And this looks like a guy. Yeah, I think this is art. This one here. This one. This is actually the usual StarCraft mineral. Yeah, this you can see minerals are used a lot in games. Now I also thought about maybe adding iron orbs, gold orbs, steel orbs, but you can't do anything with them in the game, and they are just there to look at. And I don't think they are that interesting. Like just have a stone that is very really black for coal. It's not interesting, not as interesting as minerals, I think. It's just how it works. So for minerals, we're going to do the following. I think we should make the minerals into grayscale. And later, we can then apply color to the grayscale model quite easily. I think that's a good idea. You, sir, you're good as mineral. Also save this one. And we should have... Okay, let's stop right here. Oh, no. This one. No, just no. This is not the good top part. And now we're going to open this cave minerals here. And cave minerals will be very fast. Now why you say, hey, you take nearly an hour for a bush. How are you so sure that you can draw a crystal so much faster? Let me show you. Okay, we cannot open this. Come on, stop jerking around. How can I be so sure that we are faster with minerals? If I take nearly days just for bushes, how can I be sure that minerals don't take that much time? The thing is, a mineral has one outline. It doesn't have thousands of 10 wings of just leaves, and this is actually very awesome for me right now, because we get to do something else than just adding layer of leaves. So now we can actually do something useful. No, useful is the wrong word. Something entertaining. So this will be the best mineral you have ever seen. And I accidentally did pick the eraser. Okay, this is going to be the best mineral you have ever seen. Yeah, that's going to be a nasty nice little mineral that we have here. Yeah. Okay, let me commit this. This is going such a nice mineral. Oh, my god, I see every line is going to be so good. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I can't keep this up. Like an esport. And now every line is drawn like the line of my life. I'm drawing the shit out of it. Holy moly, I've never drawn so much. Ooh. Okay. I think that's how you do minimal commentary. Minimal. I actually, when I see this, I don't know why, but for some reason, my brain just thinks this looks like sugar, and I really have this sugar taste in my mouth right now. This is really weird. Now our brain uses to mess up with us a lot, and actually, I often say I imagine a lot of things, and I can just picture images in my head. I don't have a photographic memory, but I can really draw 3D objects in my head. I can even turn them around, but then I get some kind of frame rate drops, real frame rate drops, because that's actually something what our brain is not designed for. But I can actually imagine 3D objects. I think that's really interesting, and try to turn them around in my head. It's gonna cost me a lot of willpower to do that, though. Because my brain really says, dude, don't do this. I'm not designed for that. I just said, just do it. Just do it. And I have to really concentrate and think of how the shape are going to look. Cheat a little bit up there. Now the sad part is, if I really look at it, first you think it's awesome. I can turn a 3D object in my head, but if I really pay attention a lot, now most people would go insane with that ability. Like my father is insane with his intelligence, and it makes him a little bit like Anakin, arrogant. No, he's not that clever, because his personality keeps him in check a lot, which is kind of bad. But I think I noticed when I try to turn 3D objects in my head is not just that I have some kind of frame rate drop, because it's too hard. Our brains can't turn 3D objects around just in the mind with a really good frame rate. It's just not what they are designed for. Maybe if you do this from childbirth, you can have the ability and develop it. But our brains are better at fuzzy operations, at things that are not deterministic. I think that looks nice, fine as a mineral. Want to add some spikes though, so let's extend some of the minerals. so that we have a more distinct shape. Another thing that I notice when I turn things in my head, just some 3D objects, and imagine a hand in your hand. You can do that. I can do it. The easiest example, I look at my hand, I close my eyes, I see the hand in my head, before my eyes. I can see it like I see reality. I know it's not real. I very much. I'm really thankful that I never any problem to tell what is my imagination and what not. When I then try to turn my hand around in my head, my head knows exactly how my hand looks, and it kind of can do that. Yeah, if I imagine that, yeah, I can do it. But here comes the part where you trick yourself into and where your brain actually tricks you into making you seem more clever than you are. At least for my part, that is. It only turns the parts that I pay attention to, and the other parts, it just makes me believe that it's turned, but it's really not paying much attention to the details. So if I then concentrate on another part of the hand, I will notice that the other part is it's all a little bit blurry in the hand, for example, first, and then I have the feeling like the head is just making up the details when I try to focus on something. Like if I turn the hand in my head, and then focus on the thumb will be correct. And the thumb will correct and will be at the correct space, coloring, and the dimensions will fit. And then look at the fingers. I will see that I will actually notice that my brain gets to the limits and have to render out all the little details and just pretend that it has it all the time. So little cheeky head right there tries to fool me that it's more intelligent than I actually am. And I don't know what to actually think of that. It's also something that I think is very hard in dreams. Sometimes in dreams, I notice, and a lot of people as well notice, that this is a dream. And what I have started to doing then, and you still have a little bit of control before you wake up. And if you notice that something is a dream, I don't know what exactly is happening. I think your brain will just wake you up or try to get you forget this stuff and get to the next dream. But sometimes, because I then wake up, I know what happened there in the great dream. And what I've been paying attention to is how realistic are my dreams actually. And I've been really amazed how realistic some of the objects in dreams can look. And I know waking up from a dream and just focusing on one part of the dream. I think it was just some wooden cupboard or something. And I was just like stunned at how much detail was put into the wood. Like, I was really amazed that the brain is even capable of imagine some object so incredible realistic in dreams. And I'm thinking a lot about it. Is my brain fooling me there and making me believe that it's actually more capable than it actually is? Because in the dream you still don't have full control. So I wanted to make this into grayscale. Let's first save this. So this is the original. It's going to be a lot of work, because this will be the most detailed manual. I won't want add this amount of detail to the other manuals, but this is really a lot. So it's going to take too much time. Let's start with maybe making this image here. What are you doing? Let's take this image. Erase the black parts. Now let's look at the histogram. We see we have a lot of really dark colors here, but our median is going to be at this second quarter. So I think the median is here. You see, we don't have many bright parts, okay? So since our median is around this color here, this brightness, we're going to apply this as our default brightness to our minerals here. Okay, now the next thing, let's put this on top here. The next thing is there's a lot of noise on this. We will have to add this on top though. So this will be some kind of stamp. We just apply here. And on this stamp we just want to have a lot of noise. Like this. Yeah. Let's see which scale we like. Like this scale. Okay, now let's shade it by hand. Let's take another look. Now it has a lot of dark parts here, and a lot of white parts. These are medium bright. So let's start shading. Let's go for high hardness instead of our usual very low hardness. Go for 20 opacity though, so that we can work a little bit faster. See, does it do anything? I think yes. I think this is doing it. So the left side, in every image of me in the game, the left side is the side that is in the shadows. Okay, now let's add shader to every crystal. So we have a little bit more of dimension here. Yeah, and if we look from afar, this is how we are going to look at from it in the game. We're starting to see that see them really as minerals. We're not finished though, but it's working. Our tricks are working, and we can give more and more illusion. This is actually mineral. Just have to believe it. So, the last thing that I wanted to tell about when I dream, maybe it'll be a topic to talk about, but I don't think shading is that much interesting. Sorry. Last thing that I noticed when I dream is every time I can control my dream and know what's happening. I can actually not really control that dream. I can try to take control of it and hijack the dream in some kind, but it's actually not really a good idea. My body will start waking me up if I overdo it. And started learning how to control my dreams and just how much you can try until you wake up. And since then, I'm dreaming less. I can remember less dreams. I think my body, because my mind doesn't want me to do this. And I'm also quite worried every time that I do this, that it's going to do some permanent damage or do something that it's not supposed to do. Because we need our sleep. But what are we doing in our sleep and why are we dreaming? The thing is, we are rewiring our networks to adjust to what we have learned in our dreams. So in dreams, we are essentially applying what we have learned at daytime. We are resimulating essentially what we have lived through, some kind of resimulation, and then our neural networks are going to be set up. This is why we dream. It's just once you're into programming, you actually understand that a little bit better. And we just dream to set up our neural networks. And that's why it's dangerous to take control of dream. If you take control of a dream, the function of the dream is defeated. The dream is not for you to take control of it. When you notice that, when you're aware that you're dreaming and that you can take control over it, if you do that, it's dangerous. And don't do it for too long. You have to give in to your feelings after some times, because it could lead to serious problems for you. I think the most logical thing that will happen there is that you just won't learn in your dream. The time is wasted because you're fooling around with the mind a little bit. So it's not that dangerous. Let's for example say you can take control of every dream that you have and do it. Then you would never, in your neurons, would never do what they actually want in your dream. Just resimulate what you have learned in daytime and try to reconfigure themselves up so they adjust to the situation much better, what you have learned. You would just live in your happy land, your happy dreamland, wake up, and you would maybe not you would maybe forget the words that you have learned yesterday because you skipped your dream phase. So now we have our grayscale mineral model. Let's look at, if you look at this group here, let's look at the histogram. And it's looking way too dark. It's looking way too dark. Let's make this brighter. So what we want to do is make this part here brighter. I think this is not because of our base color, it's the stamp that we applied. The stamp is doing this. Okay. Now let's apply another histogram and look how the values have changed. They've improved. So with this histogram, we essentially just change as much as possible. Brighter. Let's not overdo it. I think this is the maximum that we can go. And with the second histogram here, we just read out our what we actually have done. And what we want to do is to match. Let's make a next histogram. We want to match these values here. These are the values. Oh wait. These values. These values are the real picture. And we want to get as close to them as possible. And we see with this one, the average brightness is in this part. And now the average brightness will be a little bit more at the first quarter. So we are still a little bit off. Let's maybe not use that one. Let's use this second histogram. And what we are doing now is shifting the histogram to the right. The right. In the camera is this way, and this way we are trying to match the original much more. And now I think we can be satisfied. Let's make this into a grayscale. Now let's compare this to this. I think it looks darker actually. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. Okay, now let's compare again. Yeah, now the colors match. Now the only thing that we did not do is we don't have as many shiny parts as in this picture. So we have to adjust our light shader. Go with the brightness really high. Let's go for 50%, which is insane. And add some lightning shader here. Okay, this is as bright as we can go, because I think it does this because of the stamp and the effects that we did. So what we can do is add another shader, which will be named. This will be for very bright parts. Highlights. Okay, now let's try this again. Okay, this is going to apply way more whiteness. Oh, we also have to set this to only affect our object here. And the bad part about this right now, we are affecting the outlines, and that is something that you don't want to do. So, how do we fix this? We don't want to apply this to the outlines. Make these three here into a group. Group, please. Call this the grayscale, not color, and apply this only to the grayscale. This way you won't be we won't be destroying the information that we have on our outline layer. Okay, I think we are finished. Now, what can we do with this? How can we make this now into a colorful object? Can select the color now. We can now color the object. That's how easy it gets. So now we could do this in shader graph actually. So we could just export it into Unity and color it inside of Unity, and a lot of people do that. And I don't want to do this with shader graph because it's going to take a little bit of resources in the game, but nonetheless I want to export this and open Unity. I want to see if we then apply a color on top of it that's maybe just enough to make to color the crystal. So let's open the editor here. And in the meantime we can just try out how this will look with some color. You see, we can on the fly just color it. Maybe we shouldn't take too much color. Have to play around with it a little bit. Oh, maybe we should color it inside of Adobe, because when we are going to export this into Unity, we are actually exporting the outlines too, and we could actually export the crystal and the outlines and add the outlines on top. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, let's just do that. It's not that hard, because that's really easy. This is our actual Cave Minerals grayscale. Now let's just export the outlines. And then in Unity we're going to add both together. So the problem is, if you now would export this to Unity, just like it is, we would color everything if we would try to color it. So the result could be that the outlines are then wet, and we don't want everything to be wet. We only want this to be red, this grayscale, but the outlines should stay as they are. Okay, Unity is opening and taking a second. I'm going to go and make a package deliverer. So see you later. Be right back. Again. Okay. Now let me check the chat. Chat is very silent lately. Okay. Not much chat activity lately, but I'm sure chat will eventually come back again. Now, usually, I still have not what did I wanted to say in English? I've not shared the information of this channel in my social media yet. So this could also lead to a little bit more chat activity if I shared it at social media. And I not wanted to share the stream info when I'm going to start testing the levels, because I think that's the most interesting part of streaming. What I'm doing right now, yeah, of course, it's not going to generate a lot of views. Or if friends come by now, I could just say, hey, look, it's a crystal. Cool. Now I'm not going to look at the viewers and just keep talking. Don't know. I don't actually want to know if I do have no viewers or not. Because then if you know that you're talking to nobody, you're going to stop talking. But if you don't know, it's actually easier to practice. Okay. So I was talking about dreaming. It also could be that somebody is watching the VODs later, which I still have to upload to YouTube. I was talking about dreaming. And I just remembered I had a specific dream one time. And in this dream, there were persons. And the interesting part is I gained control over the dream at some part, and could stop the dream, because like you notice that you're dreaming and you're like, okay, this isn't real, and then your dream starts to fall apart because you've actually broken the dream. I think something happened that was maybe really weird, and then I broke my dream. And then I started to look at the details, and there was a person in front of me in this dream. I don't know what the dream was about. I've forgotten about that part. That was I think this was erased. But the interesting thing is, this person had a sweater, and the sweater was knitted, and I could see all the little details how his sweater was knitted. Look something in English to explain myself here. The fibers, yeah, the fibers. I could see every fiber of his sweater, And they were quite these knitted fibers, a little bit bigger, but not too big. So maybe this big. And there were hundreds of them in the dream. And I remember looking at that sweater and looking like, okay, now this is how I dream. And I was just stunned at how much detail this sweater had. I was like, how can my brain make this up right now? It was not just that I could see every fiber. The fiber had different colors, and they were arranged in some I don't know what it was, and I've forgotten it, but it was like some picture and some patterns in this sweater, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of detail for a dream. And then I didn't imagine that the brain has the power to make this up. And I really, in this moment, I just asked myself, am I fooling myself into believing my brain is making this up? And I did this over and over again. And I don't find the trick. That's I found something. Some things are made up. I think our brain can make noise pictures, just like in a game, and make up stuff. So let's put in this little minerals here. We should see the outlines. Yeah, okay. Now let's color them. Works fine. Oh, let's try most likely colors. Yeah, this. So the bad thing is this is changing the reflection. So we need to make a shader. Material. Call it crystal material. And apply it to this object here. And the crystal material has not been set up yet. It's going to be lit. Yeah. And this is going to be the base map. Something is off about this picture here. Don't know what. Oh, transparent. Yeah, it's transparent. And if you set this to multiply. Oh no. Damn it, it's not working. I thought it would work with multiply. Is because. And it's just, what is this doing? Oh yes, because it's then taking the green and what is this? The green and blue values. And if the blue value here is that this is not going to be 119. This is going to be a half, a quarter, 0.75, and this is 1. And then it's going to multiply this with the light part. Okay. This shouldn't do anything. Damn it, I want to get around making a shader graph. I think I don't have enough options here. No, this is not. giving me enough. This is not giving me enough options. You can use this as a mission map. Somehow it's not working. Oh, because now it's emitting a little bit of whiteness. Don't see it actually. But now we should be able to see it's emitting a little bit of whiteness. Not too much. Let's clear this emission map then. Still nothing interesting. Fuck, this would emit. No emission. Interesting. Whatever. Shader graph. It's going to be shader graph. Shader graph. Maybe this is unlit. No, it's lit, it's lit. Yeah, whatever. Shader graph is going to fix this. We have to specifically make the graph to make it to color it. Going to be lit shader graph. Grayscale shader. Grayscale object shader graph. This shader graph is just to add a color and set the emission. Okay. Now we want to have a main text. Main text. It's going to be our main texture. And we want to set a color. First color is going to be the color. Grayscale color. Second color is going to be emission color. We want to emission some white from the highlights. We want to use this emission color. So what are we going to do is we want to color the grayscale. First let's split. No. We want to color the grayscale. So what do we do? Going to set the main texture first. Crystal. Uh, Cave manual, okay. So this is our cave manual. And we want our color here, our grayscale color. Let's set this to our first preset here. And what are we going to do with this? Don't want to subtract it. We multiply. Let's just start with testing. Multiply this. And we need 1GP. No, vector 3. Oh. I don't want to edit the alpha channel, so now if we multiply, the problem is going to be that we multiply on the whole picture, and now the white parts are blue. So there's two ways to do this. Either we really do this. We maybe could add a float. Like color string. So multiply. Grayscale color string. Plug it in here. Multiply this with the grayscale power string and put this into this one. Now the grayscale colored string is still 0. Can put this to 2 and to put this to 1 to define how strong we want to apply this to our picture. And now on top of that we want to add this. So let's put this all down. Put this all down here. Create a group. Apply color. Notice this is not our final result. We're not going to do anything to the alpha channel, so we are going to plug that right in here. And we want to have a second group, and in this group we are going to make the shiny parts white. How are we going to do this? With this emission color, set it to white, and we now need some way to tell. Let's ungroup this. We now need some way to tell the color values, which part of them should be white and which are not. So we can try this with clem first. I think this is a good approach. So we should actually be able to see something right now. That's unfortunate. So let's make a preview node, because this is holding the information of the whole picture. This should actually have. This should not be black. This isn't black. Come on, why are you doing this? Why this is black now? What? Okay, this was a rendering bug. Sorry. Okay. So now we can clamp this. And I don't want to add to use free values here. Just want to floats. Let's see what happens. These are the break values. These are the dark areas, and we don't want to have big dark areas. So we can eliminate the dark areas by doing this. And with this, all the dark areas are going to have the same color now. They are all going to be at 0.8. And only the colors, the parts that have more than 0.8 brightness are going to be bright right now. Okay. Let's put this to 0.07. And now we have to eliminate everything that is less than 0.7. So let's put this into another clamp. And this should be 1. And this is not going to work. We could subtract the color. No. So we need to filter out everything just now that is now in this gray area. Map could be apply. I have an idea. Modulu. So what if we modulo this by 0.7? Hehehe. Actually a nice idea. Okay, this is okay, this does the same as just subtracting 0.7. Okay, this was not a good idea. No. If the color is now 0.7, we want it to be 0. If it's not 0.7, we want to multiply it with the emission color. So it doesn't... Yeah. Then, of course. Subtract. Come on, we'll just one float. 0.7. We have the same values for RGB because we are in a grayscale. So this doesn't matter. And now we can just multiply this with the emission color. So we want to do the same thing here as we did before. We're going to apply value to the emission color. Emission color wang. Let's set the emission color to white. Is it white? Oh, it's already white. And now if I change the emission color strength, can make this really bright. Okay. And then in the end, wait a minute, we need one more float. Emission emission value at some kind of, if you exceed this value, threshold. Okay. Mission threshold. This is actually not clamp. This is just min. Min should do the same. Yeah, it does. So if you plug in the emission threshold here and then subtract the same value. Now let's set the emission threshold to 0.7. Okay. Something's wrong. This shouldn't be white. This shouldn't be black. This is a rendering error? No. It's not a rendering error. So, what are we doing wrong? It's a maximum? Really? Let's do the same thing just with maximum. Yeah, it's a maximum, yep. Yep. Okay, I thought it's minimum. 50-50 chance always gets me hard. I think it's too hard to actually think about these things, is it? Apply emission to right image parts. And what we can now do with this is make the emission color to HDR. So if we want to emit something really strong, can do it now. In the end, we add the emission with the colored mineral. Here we now have our final image. Ta-da! Okay, let's save this up. And then let's set this material to our grayscale grayscale object shader, we see that the object immediately turned into a dark color. And that's because it's actually now being affected by the lightning, and there's no lightning here, so this doesn't matter. And let's put this into our the main character. Oh, the lightning is only in the camera. That's not good. Hey. And we can work with this. So let's put this to white. And this has a crystal material on this. And now let's play with the values a little bit. This is going to let it emit some color. That's it. That's it. There's one thing that we have to we need. If we now put this to the really high value, everything is going to emit color, and it might be that we only want the white parts to shine here. It might be possible that we don't want this to shine at every part. I think this is a nice result, and now we can on the fly change the color and put this into game. And if we have we can put this in the game. In one part of the game we can have green crystals. Next time it's going to be red crystals. And then we are just going to play around with these values here. And we're done. Woo! Party! Yeah. Okay, let's put the value back to 0.7. I think 0.7 is just a nice value. So the only part that is missing a little bit is what happens if we make the alpha channel really bright, really low. Okay, then it's going darker. Okay, so let's leave the alpha at a high value. And the second part that it's missing, if you just want to have a lot of red, yeah, just want this to be really red now. And you see what happens if I turn up the value of the red. It's not going to be red, it's going to be light. It's going to, it will now, when we cross a certain threshold, this is going to emit white light. And light, of course, is white. And at some part, this is going to turn brighter and brighter until I think if we put this to the really high value, it will become white eventually. Oh, it's not. It's just a very, very strong red. Which is pink. Pink is a very, very, very bright red. Okay, let's not argue about what pink is. Let's just all agree that pink is not a nice color. Okay. So the only problem here is that the grayscale color is going to emit by itself, and there might be instances where we don't want this. We want to have more control here. So the last thing that we can add here is to add a maximum. Put this into maximum. And I'm quite surprised that at maximum What? Maximum 0? Okay, I really have to think about that, how that actually works. Why? I thought every value here has a value from 0 to 1. It has. I'm not thinking that. And I thought if I would put in maximum 0, 0, 0, this would be black, but it doesn't. So somehow minimum and maximum are not doing what I think, but I don't have an explanation. They are doing the opposite of what I think. I would think that if I put maximum is 0, 0, 0, this is black, but it isn't. Because now I would say you can at maximum have a value of 0, but it's not doing that. Here comes in values that are bigger than 0, like this bright part. This is not 0. If it would be 0, it would be black. And then it's the maximum of this color is 0. What? What? It's a minimum. Okay, okay, I'm going to look into the documentation because I don't understand what they did there. Because I really want to understand this, and this doesn't make any sense to me. Return the largest of the two input values, A and B. Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, yeah, okay. So. And this will return the lowest. So if this value is lower, yeah, okay. Now I get it. Okay. So now we have two things that we can do here. We can either say the minimum is going to be your color. No, it's not going to work. What is it? Let's put in the grayscale color and just see what happens. It's actually working. And let's then just put this grayscale color into HDR mode. So if we want to emit with the whole crystal, we can just use HDR. Yeah, that's it.
Has again invaded the Lilat system.
Now we can now put the grayscale color strength to a really high value.
And free the Lilat system once again.
Doesn't look really. Oh yeah, because it's behind this UI thing. Damn it. Okay, let's put this into the middle here. Just look what happens. Put this to 0, 0, 0. Now it's wet. It's all wet. And if you wanted to emit color from the whole crystal, you can just turn up this value. Can go down with the emission color strength. No, grayscale color strength. So we don't overdo it. So can maybe not use the brightest color you can find. And for some reason it doesn't look good with red. I think I like a little bit of mission with the red color. Just have a shiny part. But you could also make it like this. Ooh, now it's shining black. But this is going to shine pink, so let's not do it. We could also make it like this. Like we have an ice crystal. Yeah. We now can just on the fly change the color pattern and have a lot of control that we actually want to have in the game and make this look awesome anywhere. Just have to remember we need to put this into a light source. To see how it really looks. Okay, so let's copy this object, delete it, and go to scenes, go to this test level. Do we want to save? We didn't really do anything. I don't want to save this. And put it inside of this map here. And this is going to be in the background. What? Okay, I'm wondering why the background layer is on such a high layer. Maybe some testing. Okay, let's test how this looks in the game. So this is just to have something to look at in the caves. Let's see how it looks. Yeah. And I think this in the caves, just generally, can look good. I think the brightness is a little bit too much. But since we have full control now, we can just change this on the fly whenever we want. So let's not worry about that. And I'm a little bit surprised that it looked so bright. This should be the maximum. Let's rename this to minerals. start the game and then just edit the shader while playing, because I don't really understand why it looks different while playing. It doesn't look that different though. Yeah, whatever. Let's leave it like that. Okay, now the only thing that we're missing now is we don't have enough minerals. Not enough minerals. So we're going to the next one. And before I go to bed, let's just do one more mineral. So I wanted to do the one here on the bottom part. I think this one looks really nice. Now, I'm not sure if this is really in the middle, and also deleted my outlines layer, which I'm not too happy about. I wanted to keep that layer and don't want to chop. What are you thinking, please? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut everything out. Just want this crystal here, and for every other crystal, get out of here. Going to turn the opacity a little bit off and start drawing. This shouldn't take long, because this is way easier than the crystal that we did before. This shouldn't take too long. We just have to think about this bottom part. Okay, I think this bottom part is not going to be nice if we insert it in the game. So let's first set up our brush, everything, so we can draw outlines and start drawing. Okay, and for the bottom part, I want this crystal maybe to look a little bit less like a tooth. Oh, there's interesting shapes in here. If you look closely, Okay. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Beautiful, I like it. Awesome. So now we are going to apply our grayscale. And this time I'm going to not be that gray. Let's start a little bit whiter. And the reason for that is that the last crystal turned out to be a little bit too dark in the end. Maybe try another shader here. Don't look. All those don't look good. Just try out different modi. Let's see if you maybe can find something that looks good. Ooh. That's interesting, but not what we're going for. I think this soft light is good. And maybe let's try out a different shade. I think this one is better. And let's start with our shading. And we have to be a little bit more careful, dark parts this time, because we are really bright at the start. So we don't want to add too much darkness. And so I'm not sure if everything makes sense or that's what we are doing right now. So from a perspective point, I don't think everything in this crystal makes sense. That's what I mean. And now go for the light shader. Now we have to apply a lot more in the light. Okay, now let's add our last layer, which are going to be the highlight. Oh, come on. Let me type. Okay. And for this, we are going to make this into a new group. Call this group Grayscale. Add the highlights on top. Oh, because this is not taking into effect the stem that we just used on it. The pattern that we just used on this. This is going to let us apply way brighter colors. Good question now. Oh, I wanted to set this to 50. Oops. And all the white parts, that we now define, if we want, we can make them emit light later. So nice. We don't even need to apply an additional mask for that. Yep, and that's our next crystal. Let's zip it up. Let's compare it to our last crystal. Okay, it's brighter, that's good. Because the old one turned out to be a little too dark. I think that the dark parts of this crystal are not dark enough. So let's add a little bit more of dark colors to add more dimension. No, I think this looks a little bit more realistic. Sometimes you have to just be a little bit more brave with your colors. Okay, now let's export two versions. One without the outlines. And one with the outline, only with the outlines. Put those two into Unity. And let's just put them into the game. I don't want to make an animation. Unity, please. Okay. Let's put them into the foreground for now, and apply this shader. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. And we have a problem. Yeah, we actually forgot. Make this only be visible on the other colors. Let's export this again. Overwrite the old file and overwrite the file in Unity. Should it do without any problem. And this should fix it. And it didn't. Why though? Because I was... Oh man. Because I was doing it on the wrong layer. Damn it. So, this is a grayscale. Grayscale. Now I have to re-report everything again. Thank you. Thank me later. Can thank myself for that one. Now, outlines. And this is going to cost me 30 seconds of my life. No. Oh no. I'm not going to get my 30 seconds. Okay, now it looks like it should be. Yeah. So, what can you do with this? To show you. If you have a cave, you put it in your minerals here, maybe apply some rotation to it, this, and then you say, oh, that's not the color that I'm going for. Go forward. That's how easy it is. You can make them kind of greenish. Oh, this looks spooky. Like now, this is a nuclear plant. Wouldn't go next to those. Maybe spawn some kind of particles effects around them, and if you come close, you're taking damage. That's what you can do now. Oh, I haven't planned anything with this. This is just environment. And do this. It just looks nice. And scale them down. Put them everywhere. We'll just have something to look at if we are in a cave level. That's what we have done now. So next time, let's add more to the sub-step to-do list to have everything in mind. So 5 minerals. So let's make draw 5 minerals. We have 2 now, and then draw trees. Tree, what is the wood called in English? Let me Google that. Trunk, log, trunk. For tree trunks. Draw tree leaves. Yeah, tree leaves would fly. Leaves. Let's see. Branches, yeah, but it's really, we really will just draw the leaves and the branches. Okay, and that's it. That's everything we still have to draw, and then we're finished with drawing. No, and then we still have the backgrounds. Oh no. And we might want to draw butterflies. Draw butterfly particle effect. The butterfly particle effect might be just be we will also try to just do butterflies with colored circles, which is usually how you do butterflies in games. But yeah, I feel like this is a little bit lazy. I feel like butterflies should really be a little bit visible. Okay. Add some kind of cloud technique. Yeah, that will take nice technique. Cool. That would be nice. Like scaling or volumetric. Yeah, that would be nice. Draw new backgrounds. Tons of fun there. Draw new downloads. Nearly finished. And this is the biggest task of these. Generate fireflies. Yeah. And then apply to blue. So we still have so much to do. So much to do here. This is a huge task. But I have blown this task up because I want the game to look good, and this is one of the big things that is going to come with this update, is just to have everything look better. And I think there's no way around having a lot of objects in the environment, and you need to have at least some kind of variety there. So yeah, don't have a choice. Okay. So aside from that, I would say that was not enough today that we did. We prepared the shader graph for the crystals now, and we can use this grayscale object shader that we created also to color some other objects later. So this can be really useful. It's very generic shader that we actually will need for other objects, or can need for other objects. So very useful stuff. And I thank everybody who's watching this or watching the VOD later. And thank you. Good night. I'm going to sleep now. And thank everybody for tuning in. Goodbye.